It says don't scream. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you screaming? Gosh. Oh, right. I forgot. I got y'all popcorn. Well, congratulations for making it through the first day. You guys get Bea's buttery kettle. Anyway, I'm Chester. I woke up after sleeping for only 2 hours. I did reset it for the time. For the time slip. Yeah, I already reset it. We were actually only at 73 hours left. No, go fuck yourself. No person don't scream. Yeah, I'm the type of person who stays up like an exorbitant amount of time, and then okay, you're gonna make ramen. Okay. I won't play Don't Scream yet. Let me just set up though. Goddamn dog.
Before playing Don't Scream, please play the game the way we intended. This means setting up your microphone correctly. Here's how to do that. You should be able to speak only with slight gasps or sudden sounds counting as screams. If you speak too loudly and your voice exceeds the threshold of the microphone divider line, a red flash will appear on the screen, signalling a scream. It's up to you to find a comfortable balance between speaking softly and what should be considered a scream when you calibrate your microphone. For optimal results, you should determine the best distance to position the microphone from your mouth. Please be aware that external audio
Bald Bee Cannon.
I'm scared. Okay, it works. Hi Nini, how was your stream? Oh, Panini, please make sure you're here like tomorrow. Okay, make sure you're here tomorrow. Like you gotta be here during Halloween. You gotta be here during. Listen, you're gonna love the Easter egg I have. It's not an Easter egg. You're gonna love the goddamn references I have. Okay, Nini, please. It's imperative you come. Why is it so loud? Why is my mic insanely loud? Here, 1 second. I don't know, man. I don't know why. Yeah, no, I had to change it. Like, I'm at negative 31.4 decibels. Normally, I'm at like negative 20. You know? Or like, no, not even negative 20. I'm normally at like 11. No, wait, no, that more than that. It's usually. Ah. Sorry, I'm normally a -7. So I don't know why.
Loud
Loud
bald.
balls. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know why my mic is peaking. The game broke my mic.
At least it's peaking now and not in high school like me.
I'm sure he did great. Okay, so the whisper is gonna be like this, and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, oh no. Okay.
Before playing Don't Scream, please play the game the way we intended. This means setting up your microphone correctly. Here's how to do that. You should be able to speak only quietly, not loudly, with slight gasps or sudden sounds counting as screams. If you speak too loudly and your voice exceeds the threshold of the microphone divider line, a red flash will appear on the screen, signalling a scream. It's up to you to find a comfortable balance between speaking softly and what should be considered a scream when you calibrate your microphone. For optimal results, you should determine the best distance to position the microphone from your mouth. Please be aware that external audio software can impact your game's microphone calibration. Adjust settings in both your game and audio software for optimal calibration. Thanks for listening, play fair, and most of all, don't scream.
Okay. I guess I have it set up. One second. I'm gonna try to fix my mic, so we're gonna go here. Hey, how's this? Hey, drop a rhyme real quick. Ain't got time.
I assume the
Rhymes. Oh, thank you. I'm terrible. Yes, but we are going to watch. That's goddamn right. Five Nights at Freddy's. Singing Hawks.
for supporting the channel. Welcome back. Today we're doing part 1 of a new series I'm going to be doing, basically going in depth and analyzing every single aspect of the Five Nights at Freddy's games one at a time. From the gameplay to the fan base to the series, everything surrounding the game basically I'm going in depth on, including, for this episode, I have an interview with the first person to ever make a Five Nights at Freddy's Let's Play. So look forward to that. Now it's going to be a bit long-winded, so if you only are interested in one part of it or you want to pause and go back, the timestamps to all the different sections are in the description.
Wait,
and they
did
should
my
be
hair break again?
visible on the progress bar. Without further ado, let's get into it. I've talked at length before about exactly how Five Nights at Freddy's came about. Scott Cawthon released a game called Chipper & Sons Lumber Company, which was trashed basically for looking too creepy and reminding people of Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. And so with that bit of inspiration, he had one last hurrah at game development, creating Five Nights at Freddy's. After a very short failed Kickstarter attempt, the game was released on Desura and later greenlit on Steam in August of 2014. The gameplay of Five Nights at Freddy's 1, despite being deceptively simple, was so effective that it has impacted the face of indie horror basically forever. Despite being a survival horror game, if you just looked at the gameplay, it's a quick on your feet resource management game, saving power, surviving until 6 a.m. It almost reminds me of an earlier Scott Cawthon game, Sit and Survive, which has a lot of similarities.
Oh.
Because you can't fight back or hide, Five Nights at Freddy's is based on a relatively simple gameplay loop: information, action, and wait.
That's because it's actually a really big image.
Information is when you
It's like a
gather the
giant
new
image.
information you need to act on.
Rather
And there are
than
three
just a
major places
small,
you gather this
like,
information
PNG.
from: diegetic visual cues, non-diegetic
I
visual
don't know
cues,
why
and audio cues.
They keep
Diegetic
exporting a
visual
lot of
cues
the
include
images
where
as
the
like a huge
animatronics are in
image.
the cameras, or where they aren't in the cameras. The camera static, the status of the doors, the lights outside the doors.
No, I want
Non-diegetic visual cues include the power meter and percentage and timer. And the audio cues are the footsteps, the popping hands, Foxy's singing, and Freddy's laugh. You take in all this information and then decide what to do in the next stage.
A lot of
Action.
empty
In this
space.
phase,
I
you
wanted the
decide to close
scene
the
to be
doors,
like
open the doors, or
flipping
gather more
itself to be a
information.
big PNG. Does
Once
that
you
make
act
sense?
on the information in defense or power saving, you move on to stage 3. Wait. In this phase, you wait for the next thing. If they're at your door, you wait for them to leave. If they're
No,
not,
you
you wait
mean
for
like
them to come to
a
the
lot
door.
of like.
In some cases, you
white
just
empty
wait and hope
space.
the timer runs out before they can jump scare you. After this brief period of waiting,
Yeah.
you move all the way back to stage 1, gathering your
I
information.
mean, it
to
works.
act
So
on. The gameplay loop is
you want
simple
popcorn?
but
I got kettle
effective.
corn.
In fact, at certain
Yeah.
points at higher level difficulties,
It
it becomes more muscle memory than consciously
Here,
thinking
Nick.
about each aspect of
You
the
want some?
gameplay. And while simplistic on the
Nah.
outside, there are a lot of other aspects to the game that keep it interesting. One of them, the
Oh,
main
yeah.
thing you manage in this resource management game, is the power. Almost everything you do causes power to be drained down faster. You're trying to manage power while also surviving until 6 a.m. Another aspect is that all of the animatronics have different AI that you have to account for and behave differently. Bonnie and Chica both move slowly from the stage towards your office on separate sides and appear in your lights on either side. Foxy slowly moves out of his cove until he gets to his final stage where he rushes the door on the left side.
Okay.
Freddy works similarly to Bonnie and Chica in that he moves from place to place, approaching on your right side. Most of the time, he moves with an audio cue. However, he is much harder to spot in the cameras and does not appear in the light. His final stage before jump scaring you is in the camera, which informs the technique used in the hardest nights. He's also the jump scare you get if the power runs out and it doesn't turn to 6 AM fast enough. There's also Golden Freddy, but I think he fits into a different category, so I'll talk about him later. After you beat all 5 nights of increasing difficulty and then the bonus 6th night, you unlock the custom night, where you get to set the difficulty of each character individually, going all the way up to difficulty 20. Originally, Scott didn't think that 420 mode was even possible, but after a lot of workshopping from the community, a bunch of people have beaten it now.
Yes! Yes! Oh!
The main technique that was created was close Freddy's door, check Foxy, open Freddy's door, check lights, repeat. Since then, other effective strategies have been discovered, but this one is the earliest and reflects the core gameplay loop the most. Check Foxy and the lights for information, close Freddy's door and the other doors if applicable for action, and then a small wait period between each action.
I have 3
You
different
can
kinds
tell
of
by
popcorn.
how long-winded that was. I wasn't lying when I said it was deceptively simple. There's so many aspects to keep track of, and it was really well thought of. The thought and care that was put behind the simple gameplay loop is what keeps it interesting. But let's move on. Now, we talked about visual cues already, so I'm not going to get into that. But like I said, gameplay-wise, it's a quick-on-your-feet resource management game. So what makes it scary? Well, it's a masterful combination of audio and visuals. We can start with the animatronics. Each one has a unique and recognizable design, which is surprisingly difficult to pull off. As someone who made a pretty shitty game with just recognizable characters, I can tell you, at least at the moment in the indie game landscape, the #1 way to build a community is having characters that you can make fan art of and are very recognizable. But despite what the fan art might have you think, these designs are legitimately creepy. Now, part of this is boosted if you are at all affected by the uncanny valley or have a fear of any kind of mannequins or animatronics. The character designs embody a lifeless thing having an unnatural amount of life, if that makes sense. It's almost the inverse of what animatronics are trying to be. As kids, we're supposed to think of these lifeless robots as alive. That's their goal. But in the context of this game, we know they're not. They're just robots, and at night shouldn't be doing anything. But instead, they wander around getting closer and closer to you. Their unsmiling faces, dead eyes, and exposed endoskeletons remind us that they're not supposed to be alive. But sometimes they pull something like this. They suddenly shoot to life in an uncanny way, eyes unnaturally wide, mouth hanging open. Other aspects of their design reinforce this uncanny valley. Their sunken eye sockets, reflective eyes that remind me of Blade Runner, dirty or destroyed fur, and emotionless expressions that we can't quite get a read on. They're iconic, unsettling, and very well done. Sort of piggybacking off of that, the cameras are designed in such a way that it is nearly impossible to see what's going on. Static obscures your view, and it's hard to see details when the place is so dark. For Freddy, it takes a keen eye to spot him if you don't know where to look. If you want some good examples of how the cameras are set up to make you scared, let's look at these 3 cams. Bonnie in the hall, Freddy in the dining area, and Chica in the dining area. Bonnie and Freddy share the fact that they are absurdly hard to see. You can make them out, but it makes you, the player, lean in and focus, increasing the tension and setting you up for a jump scare. The Chica one, for me, is just the most unsettling. Wide eyes staring across the room at you, mouth agape. Every time you see something in the cameras, you're immersing yourself more into the game, setting yourself up to be scared. Now let's take a look at the claustrophobic office, the main hub. The room is cluttered and dirty.
I'm sure it's
Yellow and
fine.
black on the doors are a constant reminder of danger, and the old disabled monitors remind you of how low-tech and vulnerable you are. The doors stay open most of the time, letting the unknown darkness stare right at you. Speaking of staring at you, now, I have no scientific or research basis for this, but I get the feeling that the pair of eyes constantly staring at you from the desk, even when you're safe, adds something. Some animal instinct that knows it's being watched. It's a great way to keep the tension high.
Whoa!
Now, if you want an amazing
let's trade!
in-depth
Swap!
analysis of Five Nights at Freddy's audio, then I would suggest watching Scruffy's video. It's amazingly well done. But here's my thoughts on it. Let's talk about the ambience. From the menu to gameplay, the ambience of this game is a deep drone. Starting at the menu, you hear a mix of static, which sets up the main aesthetic of the game, and this ghostly deep ambience. It sounds almost like an unnatural choir, a ghostly voice underlined by a deep, bassy drone. That ghostly voice feeling is something that actually ties into the lore of the game, so the effect is twofold. And when you get into the game, you're met with another ambience track. a deep, churning, almost metallic sound. Again, it ties directly into the game's themes, metallic and ghostly. It's a great way to build an overall eerie tone while pushing the narrative in a very subtle way. Along with the main ambience, there are other background sounds that add to the atmosphere. Foxy singing, carousel music, and the fan spinning, the camera glitching and turning. This stuff helps build on the atmosphere and give little red herrings and bits of tension while you're moving through the gameplay loop. Now let's get into what I call active audio, such as, audio cues, which we talked about a little bit, the jump scare sounds, and other things that act as a component to the gameplay. When Foxy runs to your door, if you close it in time, a loud banging accompanies his arrival. Chica's pots and pans acts as supplements to the kitchen camera and can even be heard outside of the cams, making it a very valuable piece of information. The animatronics make obscenely creepy, breathy noises, which again tie into the lore with this distorted audio clip that plays during hallucinations. In contrast to the deep drones of the rest of the game, the doors and lights bring comfort in their harshness. You close that door and boom, it makes a loud, metallic, sturdy sound. You doubt your safety a lot in this game, but you never doubt that the door will keep them out. The slam signifies it, and the harsh blinking light, however creepy it may make the animatronics, is a loud and instant reminder that things are working. And all of this makes it all the more terrifying when you hit that button and it lets out a feeble Now let's talk about the jump scare. A lot of you may know that even though it just sounds like a robotic screaming, which completely fits, if you listen to the whole thing, it almost sounds like a child crying. But neither of these are actually correct, even though they both fit the lore really well. The audio is originally from a 1981 horror movie called Inseminoid, specifically a scene where a woman is giving birth to an alien. Now, it's very unlikely that this is where Scott actually found it, because that audio clip can be found on a sound effects website, but it's just weird that that's the origin. And it's also weird that it weirdly came back around in the story.
What?
Alright, let's talk lore. Despite the game series being known for having an absurdly long and convoluted story, the first game was pretty light on lore. It was just the way that this story was told that made it interesting, and along with the main, sort of hidden elements, there were secrets and Easter eggs that made the whole thing have a bunch of replayability, and honestly is what makes it a classic still today. The newspaper at the beginning when you first start a new game gives us the basic premise. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is looking for a security guard to work the night shift from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Pretty simple. One secret aspect to this is the blurred newspaper text surrounding the job listing. Essentially, it's telling you that this job was a poor choice and you probably won't make it past night 3. Just a fun fourth wall break. As soon as you get into the game, you're met with a phone call from the now iconic character Phone Guy, who opens up with the classic, "Hello? Hello?" Throughout these phone calls, he not only reveals hints and red herrings for the gameplay, like closing the doors and how the power works, he also reveals a good chunk of the lore, from the animatronics stuffing you into suits to the bite of 87.
Was that the bite of 87?
This is probably the biggest mystery of the first game. I want to talk about it more in a later section, but just wow. With such a small piece of passing information, Scott Cawthon inspired a mystery that would persevere until, well, I guess today. The main followable narrative is the Phone Guy's story. His messages tell you that he used to work the same job and that he's somewhat higher rank in the company, but also not a CEO or higher up. It's not exactly clear where he is in the company. Either way, he seems to understand quite a bit about the job of a security guard. At the beginning of Night 4, the phone call ends with Phone Guy being attacked and presumably killed by the animatronics.
Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there. Oh no.
But in the final Night 5 phone call, you aren't met with Phone Guy. Instead, you're met with a garbled robotic voice. When reversed and cleaned up, it is widely believed to be a reading of an excerpt from the book Autobiography of a Yogi. This recording famously inspired the fan game name The Joy of Creation. But like I said, there's more to this game's story than just the phone calls. Secrets and hidden lore reveals that you could play through the entire game and never see. There's the creepy but not necessarily lore important hidden cams like Bonnie's rare backstage camera and rare death screens, the poster in the West Hall corner changing to Freddy ripping his own head off, and the animatronics and Freddy alone on stage staring at the camera, and the backstage animatronics staring at the camera. And here's where we get into the real shit, the stuff that turned this game to the next level. In the East Hall corner camera, the rules poster will change to one of 4 secret newspaper clippings detailing the disappearance of 5 children. Lured into a back room by a mysterious man dressed in one of the Fazbear costumes, the 5 children were never seen again. Meanwhile, the restaurant is facing shutdown after multiple complaints that the animatronics smell terrible and were leaking what appeared to be blood and mucus. It includes some unsettling quotes like, "The characters will live on in the hearts of the kids," and one parent likened them to reanimated corpses. I think you can see what's happening here. Phone Guy's phony story about the animatronics stuffing you into suits because they don't recognize you as an animatronic seems like a complete lie. The general consensus is that after the kids were murdered, they were shoved into the animatronic suits to hide their bodies, where they're left to decompose. The ghosts of the children now haunt the animatronics.
I need you to read the comics
and
on
their own
my
way of being stuffed into the suits
on
is
my
likely
Twitter.
what inspired them to stuff you into a suit. And there are more secrets that tie into this story. Posters in the East Hall cam will sometimes change to drawings of crying children, a soon-to-be recurring theme in this series. Now, I think you can see why the breathy voice, jump scare sounds, ghostly ambience, and other pieces I mentioned tie in thematically. And then there's Golden Freddy. In the West Hall corner camera, rarely, the poster will change to an image of a golden version of Freddy's face. Golden Freddy will appear sitting in your office, along with glitching faces of animatronics, a little girl's laugh, which happens to be an unedited version of Freddy's laugh, a robotic voice, and the words, "It's me." If you stare at it for too long without opening your camera, it will jump scare you with a deeper version of the jump scare sound, and crash the game. Later, after false rumors that setting the custom night difficulty to 1987 unlocked a secret ending, Scott Cawthon added a game-crashing Golden Freddy jump scare if you tried to play the game on that setting. There's other examples of Easter eggs related to this Golden Freddy "It's me" message too. After you view the newspaper clipping Easter egg, it triggers another change in the East Hall camera where the term "It's me" is plastered on the wall. When Foxy leaves his cove to run after you, sometimes his out of order sign will have the message "It's me" on it, and sometimes, outside of Golden Freddy, the glitchy "It's me" hallucination animatronic faces will appear randomly. Exactly what "It's me" means is still hotly debated, and many believe it applies differently throughout the games. Also, there is no doubt in my mind, and there shouldn't be in yours either, that the reason Five Nights at Freddy's became so successful was because of how much it blew up in the Let's Play scene. The first Let's Play was released before the game even was, and I'm not just talking about Scott Cawthon's gameplay video. The channel Ben the Scoopist got a copy early because he had played some of Scott's previous games, and uploaded his Let's Play on July 26th. Like I said earlier, I have an interview with him coming up at the end, but for now, let's talk about the video that I think we all know blew the game up. Markiplier, as prompted by fellow Let's Player YamiMash and his whole community, made the most famous Five Nights at Freddy's video of all time. Warning, scariest game in years, Five Nights at Freddy's Part 1. I could literally quote this video by heart. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Let's Play Five Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game that you guys suggested
Oh my god.
and I saw that YamiMash played it and he said it was really good.
Oh my god.
So I'm very eager to see what is up. And that is a
Oh my
terrifying
god.
Now sitting at almost 87 million views, this video shot the game, and in some ways Markiplier, into absurd stardom. With the game's popularity and mysterious nature, it opened the Pandora's box of the theory community. From theories that kind of called it all the way back then, to theories that literally don't make any sense, to outright hoaxes. Compared to the other games in this series, the hoaxes are few and far between, but they're definitely the most iconic. If you want a really comprehensive look at all of the Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes, check out GoMotion's video. The fake Sparky the Dog image, which purported to be an Easter egg with a new animatronic. There was also the custom night rumors. 1987 unlocked a secret ending, which Scott ended up making kind of true, or 666 makes the kitchen camera visible. Now let's get into the meat of it. There were so many theories that are just so wild and are now infamous. Foxy is a good guy theory, which posited that because Foxy doesn't jump at you, instead just peeks in through the door, he's actually just checking up on you, but the night guard just has a heart attack. Somehow I don't think that was Scott's intention. There was also the Freddy is a girl theory.
Laugh_giggle_girl. 1. Girl.
Let's not get into that. And then there was the idea that Chica had Phone Guy's body inside of her because of the teeth you see, although that was debunked relatively quickly because all of them have the endoskeleton teeth. And of course, The game theory video. This
Oh
is
my
another
gosh.
example of something that boosted the game's popularity and the creator's popularity. Now, I remember actually thinking that this could have been real because, let's be honest, there wasn't a lot going for the game theory-wise, at the time at least. But I think it's becoming increasingly clear that Five Nights at Freddy's being based on a real-life mass murder at a Chuck E. Cheese in 1993 was very incorrect. Then there were some theories that actually sort of made sense at the time and were pretty widely accepted. Freddy having handprints on his head, Phone Guy being Golden Freddy, Phone Guy being the killer,
Hey, good
Golden Freddy being the
morning!
killer,
I woke up
or
2
the
hours
player
after I
being
went
the
to
killer.
sleep.
And then there was the rabbit hole of the Bite of 87. What was the Bite of 87? Who did it? And weirdly enough, it was even up for debate whether or not it took place in 1987. Some people thought
Now
Foxy with his wide jaw,
we're
which some
watching
people thought
Five
was
Nights at
broken,
Freddy's
and Sharp
retrospective.
Teeth did it. Some thought that the handprints on Freddy's
Yeah.
face meant a child got close enough to his mouth for Freddy to have done it. Did Golden Freddy do it?
This is
Kinda,
technically
actually. There was
an
even a theory
hour
that I didn't even
long.
remember existed until I was looking at some old Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit posts, that because the animatronics don't look like they're from the 90s or the technology is too advanced, that the game actually takes place in the future, and it was the Bite of 2087. It seems
Oh
like
my
it was a
God.
pretty big joke at the time, but I don't really see anybody talking about or joking about it anymore. Outside of the YouTube sphere, the Steam community and subreddit were thriving at this time. And Scott Cawthon himself even interacted with people inside of the Steam community and the subreddit. Now, I wasn't really a big Steam community user, so I just want to talk about the subreddit a little bit. I found some gems while looking back. Here's some early cosplay of the characters, a very dated meme, and just some very nice community interaction. All of these posts are before the second game even came out. But now I want to get to the posts on the first day that the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit was created. Here we have a GIF with the caption, "Nope." To me, this encapsulated the entirety of the vibe around the first game at the time. Literally blasted me back. And the first post on the subreddit. A link to Markiplier's first video. Very fitting. Also, before we move on, I want to bring up the songs, or specifically the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 Living Tombstone song. Cheesy, stupid, and amazing. This song literally supersonic shoots me back to that time, and it's synonymous with the game at this point. Just listen to it again if you haven't in a while. Trust me, it's worth it. Oh, and also the weird creepypasta Bite of 87 fan audio, which I never really understood. Like many, I was introduced to the game through Markiplier's Let's Play video. I had been watching him for a while, and he was the reason I started YouTube in the first place. And I had no idea what it was going to do with my life.
and go to sleep.
It started as a Roblox Let's Play video, but it ended up starting my whole subgenre videos I do analyzing things.
Hey,
Five Nights at Freddy's Unmasked eventually turned into the Creepypasta Files, which turned into the Creepy Files, which is basically where we are now. I won't deny, though, there was a little less quality control back then.
It is possible Freddy Fazbear is haunted by a female spirit, right?
Oh my God, Young singing. That's him. Oh my God.
Now, with these deep dive videos, I want to rank all of the games. And normally I would go into a little bit more detail into why I put each one where, but I mean, this is the first game. Of course it's going to be S tier. It's Five Nights at Freddy's. Alright, the thing you've all been waiting for. The interview with Ben the Scoopist, the person to make a Five Nights at Freddy's Let's Play before anybody else. But before we get into the questions, I want to quickly go over the story that he shared with me before he answered the questions. It's actually kind of a funny story of why I had any success with the game in the first place. I'd done a series of Scott's previous game, The Desolate Hope. During this playthrough, he was commenting on my videos, offering some advice, and just in general, hanging out. So when his next game came out, Five Nights at Freddy's, he gave me a full copy of it, as I believe part promotion and part thank you. Now the game took off pretty quickly after that, with some much larger Let's Players getting a hold of it, Markiplier being the biggest I believe, but they all just had the demo, which was the first 2 nights only. Queue up my little channel with the next couple nights, so from my perspective, everyone came over and watched my stuff. Easily the most exciting time in my humble little channel's history. Pretty crazy. Let's move on to the questions. How did you discover Scott Cawthon's games? I was first introduced to Scott's games through the Steam release of The Desolate Hope, a game which has one of the most over-the-top, high-energy combat screens I've ever experienced. That the game was made by one person is incredible. It was fun, it had beautiful artwork, and a very unique storytelling with a lot of varied gameplay. He made the first Five Nights at Freddy's after, and the rest is history. Have you stayed up to date on the FNAF games? I've not stayed very up to date because the games are almost the embodiment of pure stress for me. I believe I played up to night 4 on the first game and night 2 on the second. After that, I largely tuned the series out, although I did watch a few videos analyzing the incredibly deep Easter eggs in the first few games. Just looking it up now, I actually had no idea he made a game past FNAF 4. Clearly, I missed a great deal. How's the game affected your channel? I feel like the best way to represent what the game did to my channel is to simply show a lifetime graph of my views.
Oh
My
my
enormous
god.
peak is largely just 2 days when the game kicked off. It gave me a lot of subscribers and definitely made me feel like being a Let's Player is something I could seriously pursue. Clearly, I could never replicate that success, but it was my 5 minutes fame and I really appreciate what it did for me. What are you up to now? I'm currently working hard at becoming a game developer myself. I graduated from a game programming course in the spring and have been working on my portfolio and applying to whatever positions come up. In regards to my channel, I have largely given up on any idea of being successful, but I still come out with stuff occasionally, mostly just some casual streams. I've tried to set and follow a schedule, but it never seems to last very long. As a guy in my 30s, I find it really hard to find the time. I want to give the sincerest thanks to Ben the Scoopist for answering my questions. You know, for something
Also, I will be
so
going back to sleep like
important
later
to
though.
the Five
Like,
Nights at Freddy's sort
I'm
of
not gonna do like a
history,
full
I'm surprised
another
at how
24
little
hours right off the
followers
bat.
he has. So here is his stuff. Please go follow him.
I'm Evie.
On September 14th, 2014, less than 2 months after the first game's release,
Also,
the name showed up on Scott Cawthon's
I
website,
may
ScottGames.com.
go
The grand
offline
Five Nights at Freddy's
for
2,
like a little bit
2015.
tomorrow due to setting up the ASMR portion of the stream. So there's a lot of work I need to do for that. Like just setting up scenes, things that like I need to prepare for. I don't want you guys to see yet, you know, until that moment.
Welcome back. Today, thanks to the amazing support of the last one of these videos, we're doing a retrospective on Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Twinkle tweeting.
Let's get
Yes,
started.
Twinkle tweeting. Bones.
Now, unlike the first game, which
I don't
was
say
relatively
bones
unknown and made by a
incorrectly,
relatively unknown
motherfucker.
developer at the time of release, this game was a hype machine, people dubbing it the scariest game ever.
You guys were practically begging me to play this again, and I'm glad you agree that this is probably one of
I got
the
you
scariest
popcorn,
games I
Makey.
have ever played.
And so when that first teaser showed up
This
on
is a twinkle
ScottGames.com,
tweeting.
all hell broke loose. In total, there were 5 teasers for this game, and let's look at them individually. With the file name FNAF 2, it couldn't be more clear. There was a second game. With the reveal of what I think is the best iteration of Freddy, the community was released into a frenzy. Another thing to note about this is the 2015 release date. That was inaccurate. Here we have the reveal of Toy Bonnie and Withered Bonnie. This began the real theorizing. Why are there new animatronics? Who brought them back? Another thing to note is the names Toy and Withered were not used at this point. From my memory, the new animatronics were called the 2.0 animatronics, Bonnie 2.0, Foxy 2.0. Speaking of Foxy, another character reveal, the Mangle, at this point known as either Foxy 2.0 or Miss Foxy. And
Oh
so
my
began
God.
the Mangle gender debate.
Oh my god.
Dear God. Here we have the first hint at gameplay in one of these teasers. And even though the main thing everyone was talking about was the mask, this is also the reveal of the flashlight mechanic. And so began the tradition of, bro, increase the brightness and contrast on the image. And it
Oh
was
my
also
god.
the reveal of one of the most pivotal characters in the entire franchise, the puppet. And then there was the trailer, opening with a chorus of children singing London Bridge and a reveal of Withered Bonnie to the voice of a phone guy who, for all intents and purposes, at that point had been killed in the last game. And for those who know, he was.
But at
Every
first,
aspect of this
hey yo,
trailer is combed through with
1917.
theories,
What
from
the heck
singing
were they
actually being
doing?
reversed message of might kill all to the drawings on the walls to Foxy's jump scare at the end being the words freedom. Almost all of these theories were false, except for one concerning the phone guy call, which we'll get into later. Aside from the theories, this is just an excellent, example of how Scott Cawthon uses his 3D modeling experience to create a really good trailer.
I'm gonna
The
mute
lighting,
because my
the
mic
music,
is
the
like
pacing,
still
everyone
broken,
was
and I
ready for the
don't know
second
how to make
installment,
it like
even if they
quiet,
would have to wait
so
until
I'm
next
gonna
year.
eat a little
But
bit.
luckily for them, they wouldn't have to wait that long, because on November 11th, 2014, the second game was released, completely ahead of the original 2015 release date. So the gameplay, where Five Nights at Freddy's 1
It's
was
way
built
too hot.
almost
I can't eat this
exclusively
shit.
on using the two doors, there was a lot more to keep track of in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And that's even aside from the fact that there is literally twice the characters. First off, there is no
Considering
doors,
he's nuts.
nothing to close them out. So instead, you use two new options.
I haven't tasted
Putting
this
on
way
the
too
Freddy Fazbear
hard!
mask to fool the animatronic facial scanners, or the flashlight to disorient or reset the animatronics. So let's start with the gameplay loop. In general, you'll be going through a sequence of 4, especially in the later nights. Wind up the music box to keep the puppet at bay, drop the mask to trick any animatronic near you or in your office, check the hallway and the vent lights, and repeat. It's a fairly simple gameplay loop, but I think it's the best in the whole series. Every piece has a purpose, from the light to the mask to the camera, and you need to use them quickly and expertly to actually survive. Now, a lot of people have a problem with this game's gameplay because it's a lot more RNG based, and I understand that. The skill cap and the random chance that's thrown into it makes it a lot less accessible and way harder in later nights. I think this is the reason in the FNAF World trailer classified the second game as
Oh, I forgot to turn
It's
that off.
harder, it's faster, and it's way more random. But let's talk about the pieces that actually make the gameplay loop work, the characters. For me, there's two types. There's vent and hallway characters, and then there's special characters. These characters include Withered Bonnie, Withered Chica, Withered Freddy, and all the toys. These characters move through the cameras, getting closer in either your left or right vent or hallway, and then come into your office, either standing in your office for a moment or just jump scaring you outright. When they appear either right outside your office or in your office, you use the mask to fend them off.
Oh, I
If you're
need
not fast
to.
enough,
I
then
really
too
need
bad.
to. I
While
will
they
be.
differ
It's on my
slightly in
list already.
animation, like Toy Bonnie, in general, these
let me
characters
see the
act
person who
very
made it.
similarly, just coming from different paths. These characters include the Marionette, Balloon Boy, Withered Foxy, the Mangle, and
It
Golden
is
Freddy.
called...
The Marionette, aka the Puppet, a soon-to-be very important character in the
what?
series,
It's my super
hides
eye
inside
patch
this
wolf.
present box in camera 11. There's a button that you must hold down to keep a music box wound up. If it runs out, the puppet begins its own little chime, and then jump scares you a few seconds later. You can keep track of the box with this timer circle, or by the blinking warning indicator. Withered Foxy is not fooled by the mask.
I haven't
He'll appear in
watched
the
it yet,
hallway
so
and you have to flash the
no.
light on him to reset him. Balloon Boy moves through the vent and is fooled by the mask just like the others. However, he doesn't jump scare you. When he gets into your office, he disables your light, making him a great, or I suppose terrible, combo with Withered Foxy. There's no way to get rid of him, so make sure you don't let him in. The Mangle works interestingly because she has many different mechanics. If you see him in the hallway, you use your flashlight like Foxy. If you see her in the vents, use the mask. And finally, there's the screen where he's on the ceiling. Here, it's just up to luck because she can jump scare you at any
we'll
point.
be watching
So
it
like Balloon Boy,
guaranteed
it's best
on
to just keep him out
Thursday,
of the
so...
office. And Golden Freddy. Unlike in FNAF 1, Golden Freddy isn't just an Easter egg, although there are plenty of those in this game. In this game, Golden Freddy even has a setting in Custom Night. He doesn't appear until Night 6 or Custom Night, and his gameplay is pretty simple. If you see him either lying in your office or his ghostly head in the hallway, put on your mask right away until he disappears. Despite being a lot more complex than the first game and a lot more RNG based, to me, I think it's the most effective and best one in the whole series. Everything just feels snappy and all of the mechanics have a purpose. The audio in FNAF 2 is probably the most iconic part about it. From the jump scare, to the ambience, to the buzzing that plays when an animatronic enters your office, to the horror sting that plays whenever something is in your hallway.
Oh my fucking god.
Now, much like the first game, there are a lot of audio cues that are important to the actual gameplay, but unlike the first game, there aren't as many red herrings or fake-out audio pieces. Everything in the second game is connected directly to gameplay. For instance, whenever an animatronic is in your hallway or is getting close, that little horror music plays. In early game, it's a great way to keep track of where the animatronics are in relation to you, or if they've moved up. However, in later nights, the sound is pretty much going on continuously. Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the Marionette all have sounds tied directly to them. Whenever time is run out, the Marionette plays music letting you know that the music box is over, and you only have a few more seconds before you get jump scared. Mangle's distorted radio sound does act as an interesting uniqueness to the character, but it also gives you an auditory cue as to what character they're in, and when they enter your office. Balloon Boy's classic,
Hello? Hi.
tells you when he's moved closer, and you definitely know when he's in your office. and the other characters like the first game have quiet footsteps and rustling sounds in the vents that give you a general idea of where they are, or if they've just moved. And on that buzzing I mentioned earlier, while the giant animatronic standing right in front of you should be enough to get your attention, it also is accompanied by a sort of creepy ambience to drive that point home. Again, the audio is all tied to some gameplay aspect. And we can't forget the jump scare. Completely different from the first game, and it sounds a lot more human. Now, unlike the first game's jump scare sound, there's not a lot to note here, that I know of at least, besides the center of the whole freedom theory I discussed earlier. It's effective and serves its purpose, but that's about it. Okay, let's talk about the ambience for a second. Because it doesn't have as many weird red herrings, it feels a lot less dense and a lot less deep also. It sounds less droney and is a little bit quieter. To me, it seems a little more grounded. It sounds like actual office ambience, like a loud air conditioner or some plumbing in the background. It's a lot more high-pitched. While FNAF 1's ambience felt like a fear fest, FNAF 2, because there's so much more going on, it would make sense that it would offset that by when things aren't going on, having a lot calmer and quieter ambience. It's still creepy, just less packed. Now, compared to the first game, I think this game just looks a lot less scary. That doesn't mean the game isn't scary, but it just means it packs a lot less of a punch. So instead, I just want to talk about some standout sequences and some cool designs. Your office feels a lot less claustrophobic in this game, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's less scary. I mentioned in the first game that the doors feel very protective. They feel like a good line of defense. However, despite looking more high-tech than the first game, the flimsy flashlight and mask do not make you feel safe at all. Instead, you feel completely exposed the entire time, which makes it really scary. The fear of the second game feels less like being stuck in a small space, and more like the fear of being in the middle of the ocean with nothing around. At any moment, something can come for you from the depths. The characters in this game are just not scary, to me at least. They still capture that uncanny valley feeling, but they just don't creep me out as much. The toys, while still definitely feeling very off, still feel like they're
I think okay. We're gonna finish this part, and then we're gonna go to Don't Scream.
namesake, toys. I will say though, Toy Bonnie sliding across the screen you put your mask on is really creepy. And then there's the Wizards and Mangle. Now, instead of feeling too sleek or clean, they feel too destroyed. I know a lot of people were really scared by Withered Bonnie, but he felt like he was just trying too hard to me. I still think the designs are cool. I think Withered Freddy is my favorite iteration of Freddy, and Withered Bonnie is pretty badass. But they're just a little too over the top for me to find them scary. With one exception. Withered Chica. I don't know why, I don't know what it is, but Withered Chica is fucking terrifying.
It's dope.
Literally
It's also a different
the
mac and cheese.
scariest animatronic in the whole series, for me at least. She's reminiscent of a fucked up scarecrow and is legitimately scary to me after all these years. The missing hands, unhinged jaw, and terrifying eyes. It's amazing. The renders in this game are actually really interesting because they're a lot more packed, with different characters showing up in the same room a lot more. But aside from some cool imagery, there's not a lot there. Unlike in FNAF 1, where it was very difficult to make out who was where, as long as you use the flashlight and the camera, it's pretty easy to keep track of everyone. Not that you'll be doing much of that in later nights, instead just using the camera to wind up the music box. Holy Mary, Mother of God. This is when the Five Nights at Freddy's story and secrets went off the deep end. But before we get into that, let's talk about some less important Easter eggs and secrets, starting with some hidden characters. Very rarely you can see this bare endoskeleton either in the prize corner or in your vent. He can't actually attack you, but apparently he can block other characters from entering the vent, meaning he's actually an asset to the player. Exactly his lore relevance or meaning is not entirely known, and it's possible he's just a fun Easter egg. There's also a couple hallucination characters, Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Freddy rarely appears in the parts and service room and can crash your game if you look at him for too long. I also want to point out that I believe I was one of the first people on YouTube to have encountered this, uploading my video with the encounter literally one day after the game's release. Shadow Bonnie, later known as RWQFSFASXC, will appear in the office at times, and I believe it will crash your game as well, but I'm not 100% sure. And then there's the more minor Easter eggs.
They're the shadow
puppet
ones because
hallucination in
they're the
hall and
golden
paper
ones,
plate doll
yeah?
from Party Room 4 disappearing and then reappearing in your office. Oh, and JJ. I don't know what's up with her. She's down there. There's also the rare death screens and opening screens, much like the first game, with just sort of dark, eyeless versions of the characters. And then, in between nights, you get these sort of cutscene where you're from Freddy's perspective looking back and forth. First, it's the other animatronics looking at you, then Golden Freddy, then the puppet. Again, I'm not going to get super deep into the lore relevance of this, but I have to say, when you first boot up that game, it was shocking. But let's talk about the part you've all been waiting for, the death minigames. Now, this sort of Atari minigame style storytelling has basically become inseparable from FNAF at this point, but at the time we had never seen anything of the sort. So when you died and this happened, it was mind-blowing. Rarely, after dying, instead of being taken back to the menu, you will be transported into an Atari-style minigame. Each minigame reveals some aspect of the lore and introduces the all-important purple guy. Now, exactly how all of these fit into the lore in modern FNAF is not entirely clear, so I'm going to be taking them at face value as they appeared at the time. In this game, you play as Freddy, giving cake to various children at a party. The children get more angry the longer they've gone without cake, so it's sort of a simplified restaurant game. However, the important part is what's happening outside of the restaurant. A child stands outside crying. After a while, a car pulls up and the Purple Man steps out and seemingly kills the child and drives away. While all of this is happening, Freddy is getting slower and a creepy voice spells out the words, "Save him." Finally, the game ends with the marionette jump-scaring the player. In this game, you play as Foxy, running from Pirate's Cove into a room of children who all celebrate your arrival. The third time you do this, you can see the Purple Man smiling in the corner, and when you reach the room of children, they're all dead. The game ends with Withered Foxy's jump scare. Here, you play as the marionette. You give out gifts to 4 dead children's bodies, and then you give them life by putting animatronic heads on them. A creepy voice reads out the text, "Help them," and when you finish giving the animatronics heads, Golden Freddy jump scares the camera and the game ends. However, there is one thing to note. On the last frame before Golden Freddy attacks, you can see a 5th child appear in the middle of the room. Here is where things get a little crazier. In this final minigame, the player, as Freddy, follows the marionette around the pizzeria with dead bodies lying in different rooms. Again, a voice spells out, "Save them." There are a couple of different ways for this to end, by either following the marionette, wandering off, or touching the dead bodies. Rarely, there's a chance you will encounter the Purple Man, who attacks Freddy and shuts off the game, but not before the words, "You can't," appear. There is an absurd amount to unpack here, and I'm not going to get into it until we get to the more theory section of this video, but let's just say this. The death minigames were so insane, so packed with speculation and uncertainty, that with such a minimalist style, it's legitimately impressive how Scott Cawthon was able to tell such a dense story. Like I brought up in the beginning when going over the teasers, there was an absurd amount of hype around this game at the time. The teasers just had a way of getting into people's minds, and this is also when the theory crafting section of YouTube really started exploding. 8-Bit Gaming, Dawko, Smike, all started making videos about Five Nights at Freddy's around this time. And although this side of the community did exist before Five Nights at Freddy's 2, this is when it exploded. And this is when game theory started making theories that made any sort of sense. But before we get into that, I just want to highlight some community stuff from back then. The song that recently had a meme resurgence, "It's Been So Long," is a legitimate banger. Like, that instrumental break is fucking amazing. This is also the time where more FNAF fan music began to pop up. This is also when fan games began to be made, with Five Nights at Treasure Island, which is still the most scared I've ever been playing a game, and One Night at Flumpty's and One Night at Flumpty's 2. And then of course there was Vincent. Oh dear God. Also my introduction to the animator Diet Stab, who now does entirely different stuff, but back then that I can't decide FNAF Purple Guy animation slapped for my tiny baby brain. Also, while it may have been released a tad bit after FNAF 3 released, I think Pymation's 5 AM at Freddy's the prequel deserves a spot here. Alright, the theories. Now, it would be impossible to go over all of them, so instead we're just going to talk about some surrounding the death minigames and where the lore was at the time. First off, less a theory and more a confirmed fact at this point.
Alright. One second. Alright, no screen. Don't scream, aka the thing that broke my mic. I don't know how to fix it. I might have to restart my thing again. There you go, turn off my light. Yep, full spooky experience. So guys, hello, hello. Welcome to Don't Scream. This is just a thing Judy linked me and told me to play. Yeah, so basically, I can't talk over this volume or this volume. I can whisper. You're going to be hearing a lot of whispers from me. So, you know, hopefully, it doesn't fuck me up too hard. I don't know. I don't know. Let me unban. Yes, you can be unbanned. Alright. Now. Never mind. The game crashed. That was a joke. Okay. Oi, oi. Oh my. Fuck off. Oh. Oh. This game only progresses as I walk. Yeah. Um, it's something alright. But apparently the scares are real. Body hanging around. I need to go. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. Oral. Oral. Guess we'll go. Oh, you almost had I believe mother. Oh, I think this.
Onii-chan?
I'm actually on it. And I hate it. Not. I knew. Return. Oh shit, did I see that? There's something behind that tree. your peripheral. That was my ass. Yes, here, but there's two seconds. It's been happening for a while. And there's
Anyways,
two sets. There's two sets of footprints. There's two sets of footprints. Did you see that? No. Totally not. Go see. I'm a fucking gamer. I'm a gamer. Ooh. Okay. First off, the moment that I gamed it, I was like, you know what? Motherfucker, I'm thugging this shit out. But I was more pissed off that it broke, it broke my mic for this. My mic broke for this. This broke my mic. Thugging out. We out here. But I realized nothing could kill me, so there was no. It was just noise. It was just noise. So I started disassociating real hard. And now I have to go through the annoyance of fixing my goddamn mic because of this shit? Are you serious? Are you serious? This is what it's like. It's not that scary either. It's literally like pop up. Like I stepped on a thing and it pops up. No, I like jump scares. Jump scares get me. Like it actually did get me a little bit. But then like the atmosphere the atmosphere was really nice and it intrigued me at first, but then it turned everything dark. I think it would have been better if it slowly went into night, or if it even just started out as night. But like my issue was that it cut to black. It cut to black. Like I walked up to a thing, and then a siren hit and everything. It turned to night. You know, which is like whatever. Like it got rid of all of that atmosphere that was actually scaring me. Like the thing that scared me more was like the daytime aspect. Yeah. And 18 minutes is short to build up. Yeah. But it just goes pop, pop. And yeah, it's just like, okay. Well, at some point I was like, okay, I'm gonna see what happens if you actually beat it for 18 minutes rather than being curious and like looking at everything. Because if it's going to be like this, because like what scared me the most was the fact that I could hear there being two footsteps. But then what happened, what I didn't like, was the moment I turned around, she just clipped out of nowhere. And also the crows constantly coming up from the ground was a little bit like, okay, all right. I think I would have liked it more if they just like ran across, you know? That's what would scare me. Fucking things running across from me. Mm-mm-mm. But these things like ran towards me with no consequence. That's it. There was no consequence. It wasn't like I was dragged anywhere or anything. It just kind of blinked, and I'm like, okay, like I can keep walking. Like there was no consequence, so there was no fear. There was no fear in there. There was nothing at stake other than don't scream. You know. Mm-hmm. It's just I think it got rid of the atmosphere that it constructive criticism for the next game. Well, it's still in early access, so it's going to be they're going to be working on it. And I'm the type of person who types out all their criticisms, and then I'll send it like if there's an option for it. But definitely, I'm really disappointed that it got rid of like the atmosphere that it built up, like at the beginning. Also, good night, and see, bye bye. Anyway, I'm gonna give this to Weed. Oh, you little bitch. Oh, hey, we start off somewhere else. Ish. Farm, homestead, mini mart, cemetery. You know, let's head to the cemetery. Ah! I die. I fucking had a heart attack. Fuck. Fuck, that's funny. That's funny as shit. No! guys hear me? I still need to trigger it, so there's nothing right now. The September 7th game? No, but I can. Do it for you, Papi Chulo. Do you guys hear me when I talk like this? Is this a good volume? Yes, hello. Okay, I'll be talking like this now. The more I talk, the more I'm prone to scream. You know? Good, good. Um, like, it won't start the thing unless I approach the airplane, I guess. Okay, see if this was how the game was. Like, this is a pretty spooky atmosphere. And then imagine if it slowly got darker. Born into fear? Okay. I might refund this game. Because for now, it's not great. The most fun I had about this game was dying, actually. This is like funny. Pretty much. And started. That's not. Well, I guess the game doesn't want to start now. Why do I keep doing this? Seriously? Seriously. I did it with this game too, now it won't even start? I have the flashlight and everything? No, this isn't free roam. This is supposed to be like the legitimate game. And then I just started walking. It did hear me, but like the timer's not going. Oh, I see the mini mart. What the hell is this, man? What is a mini mart doing? I'm in purgatory. That's cool. That's pretty cool. But like these bodies just hanging out, not so cool. Like how many people are going into these like how much people are going into these things that there's fresh bodies and fresh blood? Those ice creams, those are probably melted by now. Excuse me, I'd like some service, please. Ding ding. Is that a chicken? That a whole ass chicken on the counter? That's first off unsanitary. This is room temp, alright? Secondly, it's unpacked. Are you serious? This needs to be shut down. No wonder this place is a shithole. You're not even keeping everything up to regular. This is just wood. This is not a refrigeration unit. Excuse me. Well, this place is not up to code. Okay? That is the best bread. This is where Andy got this bread. Ooh, that's I know that's supposed to be scary, but you know what that sounds like? It sounds like a washroom. Oh, hey, buddy. Did you just go down on me? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Did you go down on me? Oh, I died. I talked too loud. I didn't die. Screw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was... Okay, okay. I am... Yeah, okay. So they're gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let it sit. I'm not gonna refund it because I believe in them. I believe that it will get better. I just hate the fact that my mic broke for this. Like, I really don't like the fact that it broke my mic. Um, have like I can see the potential in this. I can see the potential in this, definitely. I'll sit. They can take my money. They can take my money, support it, do whatever. That's fine. I'm not gonna refund it. But like, goddamn, fucking that was kind of the best way to go out, right? Oh, goodness gracious. Alright, what game, what the fuck? Who the hell? Stupid ass wiener. Yeah, also, I'm also gonna be going now. I think I have to go eat. I'm gonna go eat. Like, wash my mouth out. A fucking wiener got me September 7th. Okay, so I'm gonna get going because not only do I have to fix my mic before what's it called before the ASMR, now I have to just like prep everything I can for tomorrow. Uh, I'll have a stream tomorrow, like a pre-ASMR stream. So I'll stream before trick or treating. Get some like chip away at the time. I don't know when I wake up. You'll see. You'll see when I wake up because you'll see me crawl out of my goddamn little thingy. But we'll see which one I play because I have Carrion. I have several. You're dead. I'm most likely around like 5. I'll do 5 or like 4 and then I'll stream for like 2 hours and call it. Because then I need to prep for Halloween. Basically what I need to do is Halloween stuff. I need to map out where I'm going. PM. I need to map out where I'm going, for trick or treating. And then I need to just quietly record some stuff and prep assets. I'll do all the things I can on stream as much as possible, and then we'll hang out. Don't worry, I'll be here. You messed up your schedule in a bad way, so go eat now. Eat now. Good time to eat. Yeah, like I meant to sleep longer, but I just woke up, so that's kind of why it's a little bit awkward. So yeah, that's how it's gonna be. It was cool for you. Great start to your day. I'm glad. I'm glad. Alright. Let me quickly put on my lo-fi. My costume? Batman.
Man, are you still sad? No, it's okay if you are.
Nah, that's all fine. I've just been feeling kind of gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know?
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
If you mess up, you could get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really care about.
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
Nah, that's all fine.
looking forward to the part where you're not there. Because I love you.
We have readings over Kansas that were very pleasant today. However, we are looking for a new front to begin to drift south and eastward. The central and eastern parts of Kansas will very probably be cloudy in the morning, and then western Kansas will begin to get increasing cloudiness by tomorrow afternoon. Today, however, very, very pleasant reading. 73 up in the Goodland area, 72 at Garden City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks of and in the Ponca City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, correction, a half inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it. Behind it, and a few pockets of low pressure, and a fairly heavy band of rain showers and snow all the way from the eastern portions of Montana down to western sections of Nevada. And of course the massive high picking up warm moist air from the south, bringing it northward. So when the two masses collide over Kansas, we are looking for some precipitation, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
Do you know what colour I love?
What's that?
I love grey. I mean, I just love waking up every morning, opening my curtains, and I just see grey.
That's why I moved to London.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
No.
Getting the whole weekend off and then having it rain on me.
Oh.
I love getting the rain on me.
That is the fucking best, isn't it?
I love it.
I wish it could rain until we both died. Just every day, all day.
In an endless spin, and without you leaving, flowing over every cup. If you know you're dreaming, if your worlds are crossing lines, this star should fall. Look up to the stars in the darkness glowing, while you're out and soaring high. Oh, without your body flowing, don't hesitate your dream. Then after all,
I'm sarcastic. I'm pretty much sarcastic all the time, really. I don't know, it's just how it's always been.
She hugged me, then left. Whoa! How did it feel? It hurt.
Dude, that's your power. You would defy nature for me?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be listening. I don't want you to hear it till it's done.
But it's so beautiful.
I want you to hear exactly what I hear when I think about you.
Please don't stop playing. I want to hear how it ends.
Can I ask you something? Yeah? Why do nice people choose the wrong people to date? We accept the love we think we deserve. Can we make them know that they deserve more? We can try.
What's the use of reaching for your heart? We're so miles apart. I gave you tomorrow's shoes, that's broken try to make our world alive. I'm free from lover's path last week, following me. Perhaps you could just take one small chance and see. Maybe you need
What are you gonna do? You're never gonna feel anything? How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Figure it out.
You're so messed up.
Yeah? I don't need you to take care of me. I take care of myself. That's what I do. Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.
Did you take a few more pills to help you cope with that? Just something to get you over the bad feeling?
I don't know, maybe.
Is that how you want to go through life? Doped out of your mind, drugged so you don't feel anything? If you don't feel pain, you don't really feel anything. And that's not living.
Bobby, I'm so scared. How could I have just let her lie there and not do anything to help her?
You know how.
What can I do, Bobby?
Stop taking those pills. If you don't stop, Lucy, you'll never get better. Never.
I just go on feeling awful?
Yes, until you start feeling better. Honey, that's just the way it is, and it's the same for everybody.
I want you to smile today. But I don't feel like smiling. Well, it doesn't matter how you feel inside, you know? It's what shows up on the surface that counts. That's what my mother taught me. Take all your bad feelings and push them down, all the way down, and then you'll fit in. But I don't feel like smiling. But I don't feel like smiling. Let's put our happy face on. But I don't feel like smiling. Doesn't matter how you feel.
Is it true? Must have asked for. Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must have asked for. Yeah. Can I put my? Is it true? Must have asked for. Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must have asked for.
she's there with this guy. And she looks at me like she doesn't even know who I am.
Child in me prays not to lose a shameless face. It's a new year, new days. All of the pearls you sang, delighted by faith of grace. And in a moment, in a dream, a voice found me asleep.
Oh, Daddy!
She said, child, have you forgotten to eat? So lift up your spoon and taste to relate. Oh, we're all just trying to feel. And I would kiss you when the child in me prays not to lose a shameless
I thought she cared for me. What did she do or say that gave you that impression?
It's the way she talked to me. Smiled.
rising. And no precipitation, we're about a half inch behind, correction, half inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there? That begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it.
But I don't feel like smiling. Well, it doesn't matter how you feel inside, you know? It's what shows up on the surface that counts. That's what my mother taught me. Take all your bad feelings and push them down, all the way down, and then you'll fit in. But I don't feel like smiling. But I don't feel like smiling. Let's put our happy face on. But I don't feel like smiling. Doesn't matter how you feel.
Man, are you still sad? No, it's okay if you are.
Nah, that's all fine. I've just been feeling kind of gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know?
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
If you mess up, you can get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really care about. Sounds like you're sad. Nah, that's all fine. Like, my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately.
She's there with this guy. And she looks at me like she doesn't even know who I am.
Child in me, prays not to lose.
useful reaching for your heart. We shall miles apart. I gave you tomorrow's shoes, that's broken track to make our world alive. I'm free from lover's breathless grief, following me. Perhaps you could just take one small chance and see. Maybe you'll meet me. And the man that stands behind you will come while you prove yourself. Understand that there is someone waiting. Oh, wait till night. it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Lips on your skin, babe. Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my...
Do you know what colour I love?
What's that?
I love grey. I mean, I just love waking up every morning, opening my curtains, and I just see grey.
That's why I moved to London.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
No.
Getting the whole weekend off and then having it rain on me.
Oh.
I love getting the rain on me.
That is the fucking best, isn't it?
I love it.
I wish it could rain until we both died. Just every day, all day.
In an endless spin, and without you leaving, flowing over every cup. If you know you're dreaming,
hugged me, then left. Whoa. How did it feel? It hurt.
You cry and cry all the time.
No, I don't usually.
That's your power. You would defy nature for me?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? Yeah? Why do nice people choose the wrong people to date?
We accept the love we think we deserve.
Can we make them know that they deserve more?
We can try.
I thought she cared for me. What did she do or say that gave you that impression?
It's the way she talked to me. Smiled.
shouldn't be listening. I don't want you to hear it till it's done.
But it's so beautiful.
I want you to hear exactly what I hear when I think about you.
Please don't stop playing. I want to hear how it ends.
you gonna do? You're never gonna feel anything? How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Figure it out.
You're so messed up.
Yeah? I don't need you to take care of me. I take care of myself. That's what I do. Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.
Did you take a few more pills to help you cope with that? Just something to get you over the bad feeling?
I don't know, maybe.
Is that how you want to go through life? Doped out of your mind, drugged so you don't feel anything? If you don't feel pain, you don't really feel anything. And that's not living.
So
Did you take a few more pills to help you cope with that? Just something to get you over the bad feeling?
I don't know, maybe.
Is that how you want to go through life? Doped out of your mind, drugged so you don't feel anything? If you don't feel pain, you don't really feel anything. And that's not living.
Bobby, I'm so scared. How could I have just let her lie there and not do anything to help her?
You know how.
What can I do, Bobby?
Stop taking those pills. If you don't stop, Lucy, you'll never get better. Never.
I just go on feeling awful?
Yes, yes, until you start feeling better. Honey, that's just the way it is, and it's the same for everybody.
Don't believe it. She's there with this guy. And she looks at me like she doesn't even know who I am.
Don't
shouldn't be listening. I don't want you to hear it till it's done.
But it's so beautiful.
I want you to hear exactly what I hear when I think about you.
It's okay if you are. Nah, that's all fine. I've just been feeling kind of gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know? Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad. If you mess up, you could get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really care about.
what shows up on the surface that counts. That's what my mother taught me. Take all your bad feelings and push them down, all the way down, and then you'll fit in. But I don't feel like smiling. But I don't feel like smiling. Let's put our happy face on. But I don't feel like smiling. Doesn't matter how you feel.
She hugged me, then left. Whoa! How did it feel? It hurt.
usually that's your power. You would defy nature for me?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? Yeah? Why do nice people choose the wrong people to date?
We accept the love we think we deserve.
Can we make them know that they deserve more?
We can try.
City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks. And in the Ponca City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, correction, a half inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it.
keep you safe in this house tonight. I'll keep you safe in this house tonight. I'll keep you safe in this house tonight. What's the use of reaching for your heart? We shall miles apart. I gave you tomorrow's shoes. Let's broken try to make our world alive. I'm free from lover's breathless grief, following me. Perhaps you could just take one small chance and see. Maybe you need me. And the man that stands behind you will come while
What are you gonna do? You're never gonna feel anything? How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Figure it out.
You're so messed up.
Yeah? I don't need you to take care of me. I take care of myself. That's what I do. Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.
wish it could rain until we both died, just every day, all day.
In an endless spin, and without you leaving, flowing over every cup. If you know you're dreaming, if your worlds are crossing, this star should fall. Look up to the stars, in the darkness glowing, while you're out and soaring high. Oh, without your body flowing, don't hesitate, your dream after all.
I'm sarcastic. I'm pretty much sarcastic all the time, really. I don't know, it's just how it's always been.
Did you take a few more pills to help you cope with that? Just something to get you over the bad feeling?
I don't know, maybe.
Is that how you want to go through life? Doped out of your mind, drugged so you don't feel anything? If you don't feel pain, you don't really feel anything. And that's not living.
Bobby, I'm so scared. How could I have just let her lie there and not do anything to help her?
You know how.
What can I do, Bobby?
Stop taking those pills. If you don't stop, Lucy, you'll never get better. Never.
And just go on feeling awful?
Yes, until you start feeling better. Honey, that's just the way it is, and it's the same for everybody.
hugged me, then left. Whoa. How did it feel? It hurt.
You cry and cry all the time.
No, I don't usually.
That's your power. You would defy nature for me?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be listening. I don't want you to hear it till it's done.
But it's so beautiful.
I want you to hear exactly what I hear when I think about you.
Please don't stop playing. I want to hear how it ends.
What are you gonna do? You're never gonna feel anything? How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Figure it out.
You're so messed up.
Yeah? I don't need you to take care of me. I take care of myself. That's what I do. Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.
there with this guy. And she looks at me like she doesn't even know who I am.
Child in me prays not to lose a shameless face. It's a new year, new day to say all of the pearls you sang. Delighted by faith of grace, and in a moment, in a dream, a voice found me asleep. She said, "Child, have you forgotten to eat?" So lift up your spoon and taste to relate. Oh, we're all just trying to feel. And I would kiss you when the child in me prays not to lose a shameless faith.
Do you know what colour I love?
What's that?
I love grey. I mean, I just love waking up every morning, opening my curtains, and I just see grey.
That's why I moved to London.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
No.
Getting the whole weekend off and then having it rain on me.
Oh.
I love getting the rain on me.
That is the fucking best, isn't it?
I love it.
I wish it could rain until we both died. Just every day, all day.
In an endless spin, and without you leaving, flowing over every cup. If you know you're dreaming, if your worlds are crossing, this star should fall.
I want you to smile today. But I don't feel like smiling. Well, it doesn't matter how you feel inside, you know? It's what shows up on the surface that counts. That's what my mother taught me. Take all your bad feelings and push them down, all the way down, and then you'll fit in. But I don't feel like smiling.
thought she cared for me.
What did she do or say that gave you that impression?
It's the way she talked to me. Smiled.
Can I ask you something? Yeah? Why do nice people choose the wrong people to date?
We accept the love we think we deserve.
Can we make them know that they deserve more?
We can try.
70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks. And in the Ponca City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, correction, a half inch ahead for the year, and 1 53/100ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it. And a few pockets of low pressure and a fairly heavy band of rain showers and snow all the way from the eastern portions of Montana down to western sections of Nevada. And of course the massive high picking up warm moist air from the south, bringing it northward. So when the two masses collide over Kansas, we are looking for some precipitation, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
still miles apart. I gave you tomorrow's shoes, let's broken try to make our world alive. I'm free from lover's path last week, following me. Perhaps you could just take one small chance and see. Maybe you need me. I'm the man that stands behind you will come while you prove yourself. Understand that there is someone waiting. Oh, wait tonight.
Is it you must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my? Is it you must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my? Is it you must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my? Is it you must ask for? My lips on your skin, babe. Must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my? Is it you must ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Must ask for?
I'll keep you safe in this house tonight. All until you leave. I'll keep you safe in this house tonight. All until you leave. I'll keep you safe in this house tonight. All until you leave.
Man, are you still sad?
No, it's okay if you are.
Nah, that's all fine. I've just been feeling kind of gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know?
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
If you mess up, you can get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really care about.
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
Nah, that's all fine.
Why do nice people choose the wrong people to date?
We accept the love we think we deserve.
Can we make them know that they deserve more?
We can try.
Do you know what colour I love?
What's that?
I love grey. I mean, I just love waking up every morning, opening my curtains, and I just see grey.
That's why I moved to London.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
No.
Getting the whole weekend off and then having it rain on me. 'Cause
Oh.
I love getting the rain on me.
That is the fucking best, isn't it?
I love it.
I wish it could rain until we both died. Just every day, all day.
In an endless spin, and without you leaving, flowing over every cup. If you know you're dreaming, if your worlds are crossing, the stars should fall. Look up to the stars in the darkness glowing, while you're out and soaring high. Without your body flowing, don't hesitate your dream. Then after all,
73 up in the Goodland area, 72 at Garden City, 70 reported by Dodge City and Liberal, 72 over by the good folks of and in the Ponca City Blackwell area, 68 degrees today. Winds southerly at about 15 with gusts of 25 miles an hour. Barometric pressure 30.00 and is rising. And no precipitation. We're about a half inch behind, half inch ahead for the year, and 1 5300ths behind for the year so far. We'll be looking for a little bit of a change tomorrow, and of course the possibility of some scattered showers. Today, of course, there's nothing showing up on the radar. However, the satellite photo was pretty interesting for the western half of the U.S. Rain showers and thunder showers along that frontal system, and that wide band of fairly heavy snows. Now, what will happen each time that you see the frontal system on there, that begins at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you'll see the cloud pattern move until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So as of that time, of course, the front was way off in the northwest. Now, however, it's moving into the central part of the nation with a couple of high-pressure cells behind it.
thought she cared for me. What did she do or say that gave you that impression?
It's the way she talked to me. Smiled. I'll keep you safe in this house of mine. Hold on to me. I'll keep you safe in this house of mine. Hold on to me, baby, and you say I'll keep you safe in this house of mine. Hold on to me, baby. your miles apart. I gave you tomorrow's shoes, last broken track to make our world alive. I'm free from lover's path last week, following me. Perhaps you could just take one small chance and see. Maybe you'll meet me. And the man that stands behind you will come while you prove yourself. Understand that there is someone waiting. Oh, wait tonight.
Kind of gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know? Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad. slap, you could get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really care about.
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
Nah, that's all fine. Like, my inside voice has been kind of quiet lately.
Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? My lips on your skin, babe. Much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my... Is it too much to ask for? Yeah. Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my lips on your skin, babe? Much to ask for? Can I put my...
You shouldn't be listening. I don't want you to hear it till it's done.
But it's so beautiful.
I want you to hear exactly what I
She hugged me, then left. Whoa! How did it feel? It hurt.
You cry and cry all the time.
No, I don't usually...
That's your power. You would defy nature for me?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You're never gonna feel anything? How are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Figure it out.
You're so messed up.
Yeah? I don't need you to take care of me. I take care of myself. That's what I do. Why don't you go find some other girl who's not gonna hurt you?
Because I love you.